I don't know. I thought they looked really good the first game, and then they got bombed the second.
Faces in the audience. Some unfamiliar faces in the audience. I'm trying to soak them all in.
Bunch of developers.
Find out, they're being here.
See, 4 people who aren't developers.
Oh, I know most of them.
Yeah, okay.
Later.
Yeah. Full agenda.
Good evening. Welcome, everyone. Call this meeting of the Pittsboro Board of Commissioners for June 9th, 2025 to order. We'll start as we typically do with a moment of silence. Thank you. Commissioner Farrell, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sir. Would everyone rise for the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
You have the regular agenda, including the consent agenda in front of us. Are there any changes to the regular agenda or the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Farrell, second? Seconded. Commissioner Vose, all those in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Can we also look at the consent agenda?
You have changed?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to speak up before that motion was made. Summerfest road closure and alcohol consumption. We could just have a brief conversation about that.
Guess let's do a motion to modify the agenda to make that,
So moved.
a second. So we'll make that, new or action item number 8.
Okay, thank you.
So is that your motion, Commissioner Foley?
It was.
All right, thank you. Second,
Yes, second.
Commissioner Bonitz, any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda as it remains.
Moved.
Commissioner Bonitz, second.
Seconded.
Commissioner Vose, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this evening, we don't have any informational items or ceremonial items, so that takes us to citizens matters, and we will start with the town manager, Jonathan Frank.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a few items here. Our skate park insurance meeting was today. We should have word back from them by the end of the week. Mitchell's Paving is fixing the repair on, patching repair on West Street from that water leak. The road should open back up between 8 and 9 p.m. Hopefully by the time we get out of here. And I want to thank the fire department, the police department, Kent, and Colby for everything they did in helping organize that. And lastly, I'll be leaving for Colorado for a couple of vacation days, Wednesday morning. So if you need something, Kent will be available.
Thank you.
All right, up next is my updates. So on May 13th and 14th, I was able to attend a municipal finance course with the North Carolina League of Municipalities. So timely information there for this budget season. On May 24th, we had a Memorial Day event at the pop-up park downtown put on by the American Legion, a lot of others. So that was a really good event to have. And then yesterday here, I attended the Race Amity Day and spoke there as well. So Central Pines Regional Planning, we have a meeting this Thursday, June 12th. And the next EDC meeting is June 18th. We attended those. Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin.
Yes, thank you. I attended the Central Pines Regional Council meeting on May 28th, 2025. There is a new change which has been implemented, which is just a roundtable discussion called Evergreen Exchange. It's for the members just to do a roundtable discussion about different ideas and sharing things which are happening in their particular counties or cities. Also, there was a presentation by Cody Morris, who's a senior economic research analyst with the Keenan Institute of Private Enterprise. And that was a FYI event, which talks about economic development and the effects of the tariffs and things which will affect your county or city. So basically, it was a very good presentation. And once I have received that, I will forward the notes on to the board also. And another discussion was the World Elder Abuse Awareness that was presented by the Aging Director at the Central Pines Regional Council. So basically, everyone should know that if there is any type of elder abuse, you do have someone you can report that to. If you have loved ones in nursing homes or different facilities, there is an ombudsman program, and you can report any type of elder abuse to them, and they will certainly investigate, or they will have someone to investigate. So lastly, that was just about all the things that we discussed, which was a very, very good meeting. So again, once I have those notes, I will pass it on to you all. The only other thing that we did, we elected a new slate of officers for the 2025-26 year, because every year there is a new slate elected from the ones which are among the delegates of the Central Pines Regional Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If everyone can please make sure to silence your phones as well. Commissioner Bonitz, you're up next.
Yes, thank you. Date from the last Chatham County Climate Advisory Committee. The committee is still seeking additional volunteers to apply for seats, vacancies on this body. It is a formal application process, and the form is available on the county's website. And anyone countywide may apply. And that's 2 months running that solicitation is out. So help spread the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Farrell.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Foley.
A couple of things. First off, I'd like to thank the planning boards, specifically Ms. Thompson, Teresa Thompson, for giving the Chatham County Advisory Board a information of our progress in affordable housing here in Pittsboro. And my hat's off to the staff, their efforts in mitigating the affordable housing crisis that we have. And perhaps we might want to consider even giving that presentation to the public at a future date. So that's something that we can talk about. Maybe we can add it to an agenda at one point. That way we're speaking all as in unison. Orange Chatham County Association of Realtors has donated bleachers for the skate park. And the ribbon cutting is scheduled sometime in June, late June. And I know they'll be there with, I don't think they're going to be assembling the bleachers, but they'll certainly purchase them. And I'm sure they'll be there to support the opening ribbon cutting. I have recently been appointed to the Chatham Literacy Board, and I'll be pushing for adult literacy across the county. That's an exciting role I'll be assuming. And also the North Carolina Labor Caucus has read about and endorsed our town's resolutions on tariffs and EPA underfunding. So that's a surprise and a welcome comment from them. So the Labor Caucus is endorsing that. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Vose?
No updates this evening.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we have public comment. So please state your name and address at the start of your comments. There's a time limit of 3 minutes, which will be displayed on the screen. In the interest of time and fairness, it's the board's policy not to respond directly to comments during this period, but staff will follow up as appropriate. So we have one person signed up this evening, Kara O'Connell.
Thank you. Can I plug this in and do this too? No, okay. Well, my name's Kara O'Connell and I live at 568 Roberson Creek Road. Very, very close to the Reese Farm development and I'm excited in some respects at what the development will bring to our community as far as, you know, the greenways and the paths and probably better food access and, you know, the whole thing, build the community. It's great. But I do have some concerns regarding the eagles at Reeves Farm, and I've sent a letter to most of you last week, or on the 3rd was the last letter I sent to everyone. And it basically kind of outlined my concerns about the eagles. And I just hope that I realize it's not likely based on the images when you overlay what the plan is for the Reeves Farm development and also where the eagle's nest is. So it used to be as you drove west on 64, you could see the barbed wire fence and the sunsets across the farm. But now all of that's grown up, so you can't really see over like you used to be able to. But there was a roosting tree next to the pond where the eagles would roost every day almost, you know, during the nesting season, which is from July, or no, from late October through the end of July. And so they would roost there and go fishing at the pond and probably also fishing at the back. And, you know, so they had their whole routine. But the eagle's nest is at the southwest corner of the cow field. No, southeast corner of the cow field. Not far from where the the land had been, the trees had been harvested in the, you know, to get, I guess it was before the sale of the property. I might have been mistaken. But it was in 1921, or yeah, 2021, 1921. So anyways, we don't see the eagles as often as we used to when that tree was still standing, but they are still there and they're actively fledgling eaglets are in the nest now. I saw them as recently as a week ago. So it's a pretty exciting thing to watch and observe. And I've been following the Big Bend eagles in California. And they're at the same phase as our eagles. And I just think it's a really, really cool thing that we have here. And I'd like to see if potentially we could maintain some of the trees at that back corner of the property, and maybe mitigate some of the concerns that I have, you know, that they're just planning to, which they told us at the last meeting.
Your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Okay, no one else was signed up for public comment this evening. Up next, we have a informal presentation on athletic complexes from Katie Keller.
Hey, how's it going? Okay, so I have a small little presentation. We're trying not to overload everyone with some of this information. What I would like to preface with is we're going to be getting a lot of land in the future, right? From developments and if we choose to acquire things here and there, right? What we want to make sure is that we're having a healthy balance of active and passive, right? Not everyone in active recreation being more of your athletic facilities and passive being more of, it can be anything from simply trails or conservation property, or it can, what also is in that passive realm is you can have an amphitheater where you hold concerts or things like that. It really is what you make it. And that's the beauty. What I think is the beauty in recreation is that there are so many different varying definitions depending on who you're talking to, right? So we have applied, as y'all know, for several grants. And with those grants, a lot of those focused on was community feedback. And going along with some of that feedback, we had a lot of different opportunities to hear from the public, and which I think is very important as we acquire a lot of this land and looking at these, what we put on these properties is making sure that we're getting the public input on that, right? And we have some priorities. We could be getting payment in lieu in the future for some things. So I want to take this opportunity to, number one, athletic complexes has been a big chatter and saying, hey, we need some athletic facilities additional. So wanted to come to you that as we may have some things coming in, whether that's payment in lieu or how we are moving forward as a department, to see if that aligns with what your vision is or what direction you feel like that we need to be prioritizing. So I'm going to go over, there's really two main types of athletic facilities. One is going to be your league-based. What league-based is more localized. Something similar to your Chatham soccer leagues or your East Chatham baseball leagues, things like that. Things that are providing services locally. This it's more smaller youth focused, not as adult oriented or upper age youth groups. It is, you could have fields of varying sizes. If you look at some of these pictures when in regards to baseball, is you have everything from a couple t-ball fields or maybe some, 12 and under fields, things like that. They're not all the same size. And then you also have practices and games. So your practices and games, you have practices during the week, you have some on Saturday. I don't know a lot of leagues that are playing on Sunday. Some are even moving away from Saturday games. It really just depends. Again, it's more localized. We recently toured a facility in Holly Springs that they had a soccer multi-purpose facility. So they did soccer, they did a little bit of rugby, they had lacrosse on there, and they were local leagues. They had 4 fields to where they could have tournaments, but they only had 2 tournaments the entire year. Everything is internal local leagues, right? So this is not, it wasn't a tournament complex. So the next one, so that's your league based, right? The other is tournament based. And what tournament based is, you have a little bit of requirements for it to be tournament. Tournament is more of your economic impact is very high. You're getting a lot of people coming from a lot of different areas, whereas league based is more servicing local. Tournament based is you have to have a minimum of 4 lighted fields or courts, depending on which ones you're talking about. What's interesting to me is in some of the feedback that we had that we were gaining from the public was the interest of sand volleyball courts. That was something that was a little new to me, right? So whenever we're looking at building some of these facilities right now, whereas league-based fields, you could have fields spread out over several miles, right, at very different parks. Whereas if you're tournament based, you have at minimum 4 fields and they are all in one location. They typically are in a carousel if you're talking baseball, but they're all right near each other for tournament based because you want to make sure that everything is centralized. You have a high volume of attendance because especially on the weekends, when people are coming in, they're staying all day. Most of these tournaments, they're playing several games a day. So they're hanging around and they're coming from out of town. It's a little bit on these facilities are cost recovery driven. League base is more of, hey, we're providing services to community. You still may have some rental fees and things for some minor, but your cost recovery is higher for your tournament based facilities. So thinking of that in mind of whether, hey, as we are looking to maybe develop some athletic facilities, what does that look like? So, and I'll say that your league-based fields, they are, as I was mentioning, some of the scheduling looks like you may have a couple of practices at night. You're utilizing the fields for several months at a time, right? You usually have spring and you have fall tournament. Your tournament-based, you're going at my previous facility, we had a baseball, softball complex, and we had 32 tournaments a year. Every single weekend, there was a couple that were even Friday through Sunday. Now, during the week, we were flipping the fields. They would start sometimes in the spring at 3:30, and we would have another team coming in at 5:30, and then they would have someone switching at 7:30, and then we would have adult softball games starting at 8:30 and would go to 10:30, right? That's what I meant by tournament complexes, your more varying age groups. I'm going to use this baseball softball example because that's one of the things that I've heard continuously a little bit more is that for baseball softball in particular, you want to have a carousel fields. And what those are is they're like a little pinwheel because you want everything centralized. Whenever you're looking at tournament complexes, you want to eliminate as much inefficient time as you can so that you can maximize your amount of games. So for baseball and softball in particular, a complex, you want field sizes at minimum to be 310 feet. You can always go in for different leagues and different age groups, but if you feel so, you can have a softball tournament that has 200 feet one day, or you can have even older softball for 250, or you can do t-ball fields and bring the fences in, portable fences, versus if you have very different, you're not limited. Whereas league base, you may be limited if you have 2 t-ball fields, that type of thing. You have many different age groups that you're able to serve, all the way up to adults with a minimum of 310. So along with tournament bases, some things that you have to keep in mind is you got to provide concessions, whether that is food trucks, a little area for food trucks to pull up and provide, or whether you have an actual concessions facility, have to have restrooms that are provided because again, people are going to be there throughout the entire day. Lighting is a must because they're going to play sometimes until 10:30 at night. And maintenance, taking into account your league base versus your tournament base and your complexes, maintenance is a huge maintenance and staffing and equipment and what that looks like. So your storage, you got to have on-site storage, which I would recommend for any type of facility. And parking. Whenever you think about parking and you think you have enough, it's never enough. You're always, the amount of people that are coming in, especially at a tournament-based complex, is one of the things. Storage and parking would be one of the biggest things that are overlooked. So another thing to keep in mind overall, or whenever we're looking at sites, potential sites that could support athletic complexes, would be one, it's going to be cost, and it is expensive. So I like to make sure that everyone is prepared, because what you're not only looking at as cost is the upfront bill, but it's also the staff that it's going to take to maintain it, the equipment that it's going to take to maintain it, the utilities that are going to go in, and everything that is going to be contributed to going into these fields, because if you build it, you then have to maintain it. Site location and prep, you want to make sure that the site is going to be a little bit more conducive to that. If you have if it's really rocky or things like that, you might want to reconsider different locations. You want to look at the shape of that, where it looks from. You want to look at if it's road frontage or if it's in the middle of a neighborhood, because I'm not sure if anyone's been to any one that comes to my mind is it is a 4 fields in the middle of a neighborhood. And as people are flying through there for 3 months out of the year, right? It's very dangerous to everyone that is walking down the streets, especially if there aren't sidewalks in there. Now, I know that what we're requiring is for sidewalks. However, there are some existing places. So what we are looking at before and while planning some of these parks and designs, we want to make sure that that infrastructure and it's going to be a suitable space for that. And one of that is it in the middle of the neighborhood, or is the easy access coming in and getting out? Parkland requirements, again, is the usability, the shape, location, accessibility and parking. Again, way more parking, and how accessible is it? There's also that inclusive recreation piece as well. Are you serving everyone, right? One of the things that is a concept that is great for some of the baseball complexes that I had not seen as of yet would be having 5 fields with one being a miracle field in the middle of it to get the fully inclusive recreation experience. And then road infrastructure. Are the roads going to be able to support the amount of traffic that's coming in, whether that's league-based or whether that's tournament-based? What does that look like? And safety is always our priority for this. So, like I mentioned previously, is we have potential, there's the payment in lieu, and we have, as we grow and as we're prioritizing projects, what does this look like? And so here's a little bit of our approaches as of right now, and we want to make sure that they align with your visions. Maintenance and operations building is the first and foremost. We don't currently have one right now, and we have been moved a little bit here and there. We're currently operating out of the YMCA. So, and we're fine, we're parks, we're easy, right? We'll go wherever we need to. But having a space to where we have our own facility as we grow and get, whether we're having passive parks or active parks, is going to be a necessity. Park bathrooms and existing park upgrades. I will say from our Parks and Rec Advisory Board, one of our main focus and goals has always been to provide bathrooms, public restrooms at all of our parks. So that would align with that. And existing park upgrades, we've done a phenomenal job in the 4 years that we've been here. And as this department with our parks, there's still a little bit ways to go. And before taking on some new things and some new land, we want to make sure that our current parks are up to our standards. Greenways and connectivities are always a priority for us. We want people to be able to walk, and we want to provide that capability to them. Another one would be a soccer complex at the Village Park site that comes down the line. Roberson Walk property is something that's actually on the list tonight. And developing that, a lot of feedback that we have gotten is in some of our conversations with the public has been, they love, and I'm going to say this word, and I don't want it to be a trigger, okay? A lot of people have said, well, we love like the downtown Cary Park. So we're not going to be triggered because we know that price tag is real up there. What they're meaning is the concepts and the philosophies that went into designing that park. People are wanting to be able to come, whether you have small children and you're a parent, or so I have a 11 and 9-year-old, and it's great to be able to go to a park like that. And we went and visited the Gibson Play Plaza at Dick's Park a couple of weekends ago, of being able to sit and relax, catch up with a friend while I know that the kids are safely playing in the playground area. Or if you don't have kids and you're looking on a Friday afternoon and you want to meet up with someone, you can go to the little off-leash area dog park. You can grab a beverage or a coffee at the cafe or a snack, or you can go and just hang out by the fires. People are looking for that concept to socialize, and they don't necessarily want to have to do that at a brewery or at a restaurant or something like that. They just want to be able to relax. And that is what they mean by that Cary Park concept. So, and then a baseball complex, depending, as of currently, we don't have the proper land to be able to support a baseball complex at this time. So I'm open for any questions or that you may have.
Thank you, Katie. So you mentioned the diverse philosophy, or the philosophy behind the diverse parks that are highly engaging to a wide array of people and relaxation. You mentioned the Dix Park facility and the new Cary one. That seemed to be in association with the bullet of Roberson Walk.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Katie, can you talk about your efforts at Town Lake Park?
A little of that question so I can make sure I'm appropriately answering. What in regards to
What are the town's efforts and accomplishments at Town Lake Park? Plans.
For the future, we have great, so what I would love, I loop that in a little bit in the presentation with the existing parks is what comes to my mind, is because what we would love to be able to do is to finish that entire loop. And the existing trail needs some work. And so being able to really fix the existing trail and then connect it all the way around. We need to support and potentially replace soon the bridge that is over there. I would also love to be able to get information, gain some feedback from the public and maybe a design of what that park could look like. And depending on where are we meeting our needs of the public and where are we not meeting our needs of the public? I think that's going to be vital for any and all of our projects that are upcoming, of meeting the public and what we need, what their needs are. So what I could foresee is those couple of things, right? And then I would also want to provide some multi-generational aspects. There are a couple of cutouts that we could add, of maybe some pollinator gardens over to the side, or having a sitting resting area, or having a small little playground that's there. Having something that's really engaging, maybe a larger shelter, definitely a bathroom as well.
Okay. The dam, can you talk about the dam?
Okay, so we have fixed the dam.
Okay, good.
Yes, that was last summer.
Yeah, we
And
stopped the leak.
yes,
Stopped the leak.
yes.
Yeah, I don't know if we fixed it, but we definitely stopped the leak.
Okay.
Yeah, in the past, we have gotten several complaints of, hey, it's draining, and it was a slow leak and then it got very quick. And so we addressed that part. Now, what I would love for us to be able to do is, whether that's through grants, and I know that I have read in several places to where at one point NC State had come out here to do some work on the pond. I would love to see what resources that we could do to be able to bring support to that pond and be able to clean it up more.
Thank you.
I think one other project outside of that park, but related, is the sidewalk from Pittsboro Elementary School Road to Town Lake Park that's in progress. So that would be nice. Also.
I think the key to Town Lake is a master plan.
Okay.
That'll get the buy-in that Katie is seeking. That'll give us some third-party consultants to kind of give us some ideas of what to do. They're having the public involvement with some type of steering committee. But probably really the first step for Town Lake is probably that.
It's a wonderful space.
Yeah.
And a good place for eagles to feed, as a matter of fact, if we get that pond back up. It's right up the creek, literally. So.
We spoke with, is it Wildlife, NC Wildlife, about stocking that pond? And we had them look at the pond that's on the Roberson Walk property and Town Lake. And I believe Town Lake was rated higher for a pond that they would look at for stocking.
Any other questions for Katie?
I do not have a question. I just have a comment. Would these different type of fields and different tournaments that you're indicating here, would that also include a possible flag football field? Were you looking at those also?
I say soccer complex, it's more of a multi-purpose complex because a lot of those fields can be used for multiple sports, but oftentimes, unless you're in the Parks and Recreation field, you say multi-purpose fields, people are like, well, what does that mean? It can host many different, so everything from flag football, regular football. Some of the things that you have to consider whenever you're looking at that is what the field material is going to be, natural turf versus artificial turf. There are different varying, and then stages. One of the things that I want to mention as well is that you can always phase some of these complexes, right? You don't have to build all 4 fields at one time. If that's something that you feel like you need to reallocate, right? You can build it as you go or as needed. So.
Thank you.
If we could get some feedback on the staff priorities, that would be excellent. That way we're not out there running after the priorities as we listed them and then come to you all and you say, well, we'd actually like to do this first. Because we're kind of at that point, some decisions need to be made and some directions need to be followed.
I would say, like, as presented, I think it looks pretty good to me. I think the maintenance is, you guys are doing a great job with maintenance in a haphazard way. I mean, intentional, but from many places. So, yeah, I see the value of that facility and then existing park upgrades and bathrooms to make sure that we're, balancing all the new parks with that. And then, I don't need to go down the whole list, but greenways help connect all of that stuff together. And I think as we piece stuff together, we see another option later this evening for piecing more greenways, sidewalks together. And that's going to make all the parks we have and amenities we have accessible. So to me, this looks like a good priority list.
Yeah, it's good. I think that's a good priority list, especially the maintenance operations building. You definitely need that. And I like existing park upgrades. That's very important too. And certainly you need the bathrooms. But yes, I do agree. I like your list. That's fine.
I agree also. Like to move the baseball up, but only one's set.
That's not true.
I am curious about the concept of I'll just call it a fancy, diverse park at the Roberson Walk property. Because I've heard a couple of different things, just rumors, but that initially the idea for the park land inside Roberson's Walk is a naturalistic or minimalistic engagement of that parkland. Perhaps that's in a phased process to await the capital that we would need to do something more complex and engaging.
Yes. So that, again, parks are expensive. So
Yeah.
what we want is we want to be able to still provide some different experiences. And what I think is our goal, especially for the master plan for that specific site, is to be able to phase. We want to make sure that that intent is very clear as we gain feedback. In the meantime, until we raise those funds, we do want some interactive, like doing some natural trails that are here and there, and to be able to provide some service and opportunities to the public.
Yeah, I think the master plan will tell us a lot, and we've already got the steering committee picked out for that. I think a couple of you are on it. And so as soon as the land, hopefully if you all accept the land tonight, we can get that cranking and going. So I know I'm excited about it. I know Katie is, getting that project moving forward. And I think at some point, having an input session, from you all as a board as a whole of what you think we should implement down there would be very useful if you have ideas.
So my kids are a little bit older, but they were certainly the family members in our house who drew us into parks and had us motivated to get out of the house and into parks in Pittsboro. And we really have loved the park furnishings that were completely natural. And I miss them. And the thing that struck me about those was that they were, I believe, much lower cost. And while they didn't last as long, they provided a completely different experience for children and for adults. And indeed, they wore, and the logs, the bark would come off the logs, and termites would infest the equipment or the furnishings. But that was also a part of the experience. And I would really like us to return to that. And I think that Roberson Walk would be a great place to do that. So I hope we can see more like that in the past. There's a whole generation of kids who grew up with that in Pittsboro, and yeah. So thank you for hearing me.
And just one question regarding the baseball carousel. It's got 310-foot minimum. What age group is that?
Adult softball.
Okay, okay.
That hits your adult softball leagues. Ideally would be 325. I mean, best case scenario would be 410. Am I right?
Yeah.
However, that's a lot. So.
Must be hitting home runs all day.
Right. Yeah.
But I think I saw in one of those pictures that had like a temporary or like a fence that was brought in.
Yes, so it's temporary fences that you can, there are many different kinds. There are some that are your plastic white fences that like you place out. Those require a lot more storage. And then there are the other ones that are the netting that you just insert holes in the ground to where you put the poles at the different lengths that you have. So one at 150, one at 200, one at 250.
Commissioner Foley?
I'm fine.
Okay. Thank y'all for the feedback. We appreciate it.
I'm in favor of baseball. That's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think, well, yeah, I mean, I think the reality is driven by land that we have available. The immediate land that's available, and then obviously the funding for any of it too. So that's going to be a constant discussion.
Yeah.
And once you all see the kind of draft version of the small area plan for the South Village, Chuck was very generous in the location of a 50-acre park that we think will take the place of the Moncure-Pittsboro Road park for the sports complex in the South Village. That works for a 5-field carousel with some room to spare. So we think that would be the prime location. It is probably some of the flattest land they have in the South Village. So they were very gracious to sign that as a park. So we're looking forward to that. So that's why it's 6th on the list, only because we expect to get the land kind of in that time period.
Katie's gonna do all this within the next 2 years.
Right. She's on it.
Please.
And Commissioner Farrell, you know, both of my kids were in Little League too, excuse me, T-ball and then Little League. And so I'm familiar with the field behind the school administrative office building. And I've expressed to staff quietly, and I'll say to the public, my hope is that we retain that field and that it stays active. And I think it'd be really great to have multi-story apartments or condos overlooking that field. I could imagine one day wanting to live in one of those upper story
Rocking chair.
apartments or condos, seeing the vibrant activities in the evenings downstairs, you know, that's a fond fantasy of mine. And I'll use that to pivot to the idea that I hope that we can approach planning of parks facilities, including athletic facilities, in such a way that residences are not far flung. Because I think there's always some segment of the market of folks who would want to live quite close to fields. Not everybody, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's an engaging thing, and you know, it could be a really nice lifestyle for some to choose. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Okay, up next, we have a few public hearings. The first one is on the development fee ordinance for the fiscal year 2025-26. So I'll take a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Second, Commissioner Vose. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Evening. In prior years, the development fee schedule was part of the budget ordinance. At the spring finance officers conference, it was advised that we should have it as a separate document and a separate ordinance. So that's why we have it as a separate public hearing on the agenda tonight. The proposed development fee schedule is based on input from the planning and engineering departments. The changes on it this year is in the zoning compliance certificate, we added some subcategories. So we did increase the zoning compliance certificate fee for a new residential unit, increased to $300. And then the new subcategories have lower fees, and those are for an accessory dwelling unit, accessory structure, room addition, pool or solar panels, and fence or patio or miscellaneous. The additional changes that we did were to increase most of the fees by an approximate inflationary index of 3.2%. I say approximate just because we did round the fees to make them round numbers and sort of nice fees, meaning instead of like 313, 315. Under the engineering fees for plan review, we did change the additional fee, the 150 per lot. We changed that from per acre to per lot to match the fees that were in the planning fee schedule. And those were all the changes that we made. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Any questions for Heather?
Heather, this is effective in July.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. We have one person signed up for the public hearing, potentially.
We need to make a motion on this, Mr. Mayor.
We got to do the finish public hearing first.
We're gonna do them all.
Well, somebody signed up to speak. So, Dawn McBride signed up to speak on the development fee ordinance. Is that correct? Okay.
Hello, I'm Dawn Saunders McBride. I live at 324 Oakwood Drive, and I'm filled with questions. And so I wanted to know, when can the proximal residents view a proposed site plan? And is there a limit on how many stories the buildings are?
Are they sticking
Just a second. I think you're meaning to speak on the next public hearing. This,
Blue Hill Development?
the Corbinton near Oakwood Drive?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the next public hearing. Down for that one. Okay. So no one else signed up to speak for that public hearing? So I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Farrell. Second, Foley. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then I'll take a motion to adopt the development fees ordinance for fiscal year 2025, 2026.
So moved.
Moved.
Commissioner Vose, second, Commissioner Bonitz. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Up next, we have a conditional zoning request for PB 2573 Corbinton, MRCZ. I'll take a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Commissioner Farrell, second.
Second.
Commissioner Vose, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Randy.
Good evening. I was trying to make a good loud noise. Appreciate you all having me here this evening. We're gonna, in front of you all, there is a group of maps which gives you a nice close view. I'll go to the next slide. There we go. Looks an awful lot like that, I hope. And so what we have here is stick around. Blue Hill Development LLC is in the house. A petition to have 21.28 acres of land, which is on this parcel right here, which is currently zoned R12 medium density residential, to be reclassified as multifamily residential conditional district. The property is located just north of Cambridge Hills Assisted Living in the town's extraterritorial planning jurisdiction along Old Grantham Road. And it's currently fully forested. The intention following a conditional rezoning is to create a 98 lot single family residential with a potential for adding duplexes. I did want to point out that this particular parcel is actually under consideration. I believe it's next month is the public hearing for annexation into the corporate limits, which is the sort of accompanying thing. And at this point, I'm going to turn the floor over, if you don't mind, to the petitioner. Sorry, y'all. All right, go ahead. Stand for you.
Good evening. My name is Nick Robinson. Practice law here in Pittsboro at Bradshaw Robinson Slaughter and Rayner, 128 Hillsborough Street. Closing in on my 30th year of practice in Pittsboro. I'm delighted to be here tonight on behalf of the applicant, which is Blue Hill Development LLC, in this conditional zoning request for this acreage tract on Old Graham Road that's north of the traffic circle near the library. And I'm pleased to be here tonight with Mark Ashness, who is the CE group. He's going to do the engineering, land planning questions for you, if any, in the presentation. And Julie Gavigan and Zach Lowenstein are here, right here. Raise your hands, say hello, from Blue Hill. And Julie's going to come up in a minute and talk to you, just to introduce herself and her company in a little bit. But as the has been reported, and I'm sure you've read, we're seeking to rezone this one parcel of land from its current zoning designation, R12, to MRCZ, which is a multifamily residential district. This rezoning would allow for an age-targeted community for retirees that would include up to 98 units. We did have a community information meeting that was held on December 17th, 2024, which was attended by about 18 folks. And as a result of that meeting, the applicant worked very hard with the town to come up with a plan to do a few things. One was to extend a sidewalk from the traffic circle near the library, not only up to this property, but then beyond it to Oakwood Drive as well. That was something that was brought up by several people at the community meeting. And then in addition to that, we worked with the town to address the construction of a greenway trail on the rear side of the property near the creek. So in the 6 months, I guess, that transpired since the community meeting occurred, we spent basically that entire time working extensively with the planning staff and the town manager, town attorney, working through the proposed conditions of the approval of the project, hopefully. Net result of that process has been that we've carefully revised the conditions that would go along with this project if it's approved through now 18 different versions of the conditions. And I think it's in great shape now, and both the town staff and the developer are happy with the conditions as currently drafted. I'm sure you know the planning board reviewed this last month and unanimously recommended approval. I do want to focus for a moment on one unique aspect of this project, which has arisen out of those talks that I mentioned earlier. If we can get to PowerPoint slide 3, that'd be great. 4. Yeah, no, 3, that's right, that's good. I'm sorry. Yeah, here we go. As you can see, there's that red line there on the left, and it begins down in the traffic circle in front of CCCC in the library, continues all the way up to the edge of the property, continues along the frontage of the property, and then beyond that up to Oakwood Road. That is the route of the sidewalk that the developer has committed to constructing on behalf of the town. And the way that that works in terms of the wording of the condition is that the developer will dedicate $420,000 to the construction of that sidewalk. If it turns out, because of economies of scale or any other aspect of the construction process, that they spend less than $420,000 on that sidewalk, then the condition requires them, and they have committed to pay the balance to the town for its purposes for recreation or affordable housing as it sees fit. And then on the right-hand side of the tract, eastern side, you can see another red arrow there, and that is the projected location of a greenway trail. I'm sure all of you know there is no greenway trail on either side of this tract at this moment. But the idea behind this is that the developer agrees with the town that we need to jumpstart the greenway project for Pittsboro. I mean, it's on your comprehensive plan, it's on your future plan, and this is a good time to start a city. And so they have dedicated $110,000 to that project. And much like the sidewalk project, if they are able to build that in a way that leaves funds available in excess of the actual cost of construction, then they will turn those over to the town for its purposes in constructing the greenway. And presumably that would be a section of the greenway on either side of this property in order to extend it in one direction or the other. I know that the town is in the process of seeking easements from other landowners nearby to effectuate that. We wish you Godspeed in that, and we hope that we can be the beginning of something great for the town of Pittsboro on that. And so I mentioned that the proposed conditions have been through lots of drafts. I handed out to you this, oh, yes, Mr. Prince.
Apologize for interrupting, but I'd like to ask if staff would be able to zoom in on the western side of this map to highlight that greenway, so that while, Nick, you're speaking about the conditions, people can.
I think slide 2 is.
Slide 3.
Slide 3 might be a zoom in.
There you go. Is that good?
Really on the, I'm sorry, not west, east. Yes, it's the greenway that I think may be of keen interest to some folks in the audience. Thank you. Apologies.
Oh, yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, so that is where the greenway is projected to be constructed on the applicant's property, and where it would connect theoretically. So one of the things that has come up, and since we filed the project, I think there were some concerns mentioned by some constituents to some of you all regarding the list of allowed uses. And so I handed out a red line to each of you of the list of allowed principal uses on the property. And those were good comments and suggestions from your constituents. Our main goal in including some of the ones that we're now deleting or tailoring was basically just to make sure making sure that we had the opportunity for this development to have like a community center or an amenity center. We're not interested in creating a public community center or a public amenity outside the neighborhood, but just for the project itself. And let me grab this from you, Paul. There was another, and so that is the reason why we limited clubs and lodges and community center. And then there was another concern about a transit station. I think it makes sense to narrow that down and just say a bus stop, associated shelter. We're not interested in having some exchange system there, but just if Chatham Transit or some mass transit entity wants to have a bus stop there, we want to be able to provide one. And then another concern was that we had included dwelling multifamily. And I think that gave concern to at least one constituent that there might be apartments on this tract. There's absolutely no intention to have apartments on this tract. We say that they're going to be single family and possibly a duplex or two, but not anything beyond that. And so we were fine with deleting dwelling multifamily from the list of allowed uses. And the same with farmers market. And that's just in there as an idea, but if it's giving anyone indigestion, we don't need to have it. And so if the board determines that it is inclined to vote to approve, then we would request that the proposed list of conditions be modified to include these red lines that I've put in front of you when and if the vote takes place. So I was going to give an opportunity now to Julie to come up and just give you a little brief introduction about her team and the project.
Thank you. Good evening, Pittsboro Board of Commissioners, for your time this evening for me on this. My name is Julie Gavigan. I am one of the owners of Moncure Development. We have been developing communities here in the Triangle for over 10 years now. As a company, and prior to that, I've got about a 27-year history of developing communities in and around the Triangle. So I am local. I am from Cary, and I have lived here all my life and raised my family here, and been here. Will continue to be here forever. And we were introduced to this property from some local sellers and met with them. And we felt like this was a wonderful opportunity to bring our age-targeted brand. It's called Corbinton Living. If you've been on our website or looked at it, we've already developed several of these communities. Our first one was in Hillsboro, North Carolina, just along the town. And in that community, we were able to work with the town and create some connectivity there and recognize the need for the connectivity for the community and how good a job it does to get folks out of their house and involved and create a real sense of community for your homeowners and the people that live there. We have, and then our last one was in Cary as well. So also some connectivity, some greenway access through the backs of the neighborhoods into the town of Cary greenway system, which is pretty expansive. We focus on creating community. We will have a dog park, a gazebo, a gathering space, a fire pit, just some spaces to, we have a garden club. We usually have a pretty big garden club, and the guys do the tomatoes and the women do the flowers. It's a lot of fun. So feel like that's all very important. We were at the community neighborhood meeting, and we were approached by several folks of their concern about the sidewalks into town. And then we felt, as trying to be a good citizen and come in and be a good community, we would work with the town to create the sidewalk access to the library and the community center and the senior aging center, that this would be a really important win for the whole community and our neighbors. And we're also going to, like Nick was saying, build the greenway as well. and I don't know if you can go to the next slide. Our homes are ranch plans, which are 3 bedrooms down, 2.5 baths, 18 to 2,300 square feet. They do offer an upstairs room, if we want more slide with that. The Wesley plan where you can add a bed, bath, and loft upstairs. Those are usually for grandkids to come visit and stay and that sort of thing. But those are the plans that we have. They're this is our third iteration of these, and they've really felt like it fits the needs of the target market. We have 2-car garages and we have 2-car parking spaces, and we will have EV charging stations in there. They are aging in place, so they're like 2'8" doors and handles, and a lot of those aging in places, little options to make sure that folks can stay even if they need home health. And we've really tried to do a lot of thoughtful design to make sure that we've allowed all of the residents to stay as long as possible. It is fully amenitized, fully maintained. You lock and leave. So the HOA mows the lawn, cleans the gutters, paints the buildings, fixes the roofs. It's all HOA maintained, so the homeowners can lock and leave and travel or be around, whatever. And we will certainly embrace local organizations such as the Arts Council, any number of organizations. We feel it's very important to sort of become ingrained in the fabric of the local community. That's really important to us. And in summary, thank you again for your time. The big thing I take away is that we're local and we're here, and we want to be good community citizens, and we want to do a great job for the community.
Thanks, Julie.
One question quickly, are these floor plans part of the conditions or?
No. No, they're just part of what they always do in their developments of this type. The one thing I want to mention, and we can have a conversation now or later, whenever you want to have it, is the idea that I know that the town of Pittsboro has a multitude of different needs. One of them we heard a lot about tonight was recreation, but then there are other needs too. Some of it is sidewalks, some of it is greenways, some of it is affordable housing. And you can tell from reading the conditions that what is happening with this project is that the $420,000 for sidewalk is in lieu of the fee in lieu for affordable housing. And that was based on conversations with the town. And it's also based on the nature of the product that this developer is developing. That is to say, when you have age targeted community like this, that's lock and leave. And what that means is, when you leave, there's somebody that's mowing your grass, there's somebody that's maintaining the siding, there's somebody that's maintaining the roof, somebody maintaining all the landscaping. You're paying the homeowners association dues for that are very, very difficult to blend in with affordable housing. And so it made sense in this one case to look to another opportunity to enhance the community. And that's where the sidewalk idea came from, along with the organic arising of that notion from the neighbors in that area. And so I just wanted to throw that out there as the reason why that's happening in this project. The other thing I want to do is to ask Mark to come up and go through the site plan with you a little bit. And then when he's done with that, I will not spend a lot of time on going through all the rezoning factors. If there's any particular one that is burning a hole in your soul that you want me to address, I will be glad to do that. It's all in there in writing in the application. Mark?
Evening, board members and staff. Mark Ashton for the C Group, Office 301 Middle Avenue, Raleigh, and second office at Mosaic in Chatter Park. I think I'll be very brief. What you see on the map today, those are 98 single family lots on the plan. So if we do introduce a duplex product, there still would be no more than 98 units, including the duplexes. So it would just be a few areas that would be compacted. We've taken the step to basically have a perimeter open landscape area surrounding the entire project. And the only area, there's some nice woods, as mentioned previously. We're only touching those woods in the northwest corner just to provide a good sight distance from a proposed entrance to the project. As you know, there's a curve, sort of a short curve there to the north. The way the drainage patterns are on the site, everything is kind of draining towards the southeast, towards there's floodplain in the southeast corner. So, you know, the stormwater, we have an SCM that will be adjacent to the amenity there in the southern portion of the property, and that discharge will be moving over towards the floodplain in the southeast corner. There's already water on Old Graham Road. There may be some opportunities to do some other interconnects on Oakwood and Brookstone, but we do have direct connectivity there on Old Graham Road. The sewer's on the southeast corner of the property, near where it's on the east side of the stream. We'll be connecting to that coming across the greenway. Your land use plan calls for this type of use on this piece of property. It actually allows townhomes and slightly more intense uses, but that's not what our client's plans are for the site. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I know everybody knows I have one. I have spoken with Nick numerous times today. This is another project where we've got one entrance and one exit, and it concerns me deeply for safety. I spoke to Jonathan about this, and you have a couple of solutions that you might want to go over with us.
Yes, I do.
Thank you for all your support on this too, because I look at it as a safety factor. And if we have a fire, police, rescue, and we have to block a road off, and we have a problem down in the lower, some of your other, I'm just going to use in the 32 lot range, cardiac arrest, how's anybody going to get there? That's my main concern.
And if we can put up that slide again where we were before, I think that's the right one. At your place, on the big 11 by 17 plans, if you turn to the fourth page of that, look at the very last page, it should look something like this. The divided entryway. Mr. Commissioner Farrell has mentioned this issue to us. And we're looking at the various different options. And the option that is the best overall, we believe, because it's the only one that we can control 100% ourselves, is the one that you find on that fourth page there that we've submitted to you, which is to take that entrance there. And I see what Commissioner Farrell was talking about. If there's an emergency on lot number 1 or lot number 70 right there by the entrance, and the fire engine pulls in there and stops. There's a possibility that unless the fire engine pulls up on the valley curve and leaves a little room, that other cars may not be able to ingress or egress. And so what we have come up with in the design is we've taken what was a 50-foot right of way there at the entrance and expanded it to 80 feet. And made it so that there are 2 lanes of ingress and egress at the entrance with a 10-foot median in the middle dividing it. And so the idea behind that is that extra construction cost will make it so that if there were an emergency, for example, on lot 1, you still got the other lane on the other side of the median for folks to ingress and egress if they had to during the course of the emergency. Likewise with lot 70, anything beyond those lots, then you've got you can see the circle, the loop that you could go around the other way and get out. And so that is the proposed solution that the applicant is willing to engineer and pay for. There were other, I'll just be honest and say there were other possible solutions that had been mentioned. One of them is if you look at the top cul-de-sac there, the idea would be to run a gravel or some other emergency access only to Old Graham Road and gate it so that only emergency vehicles can get in that way, or in the event of an emergency, folks could get out from here. There are some issues with that. Our engineers tell us that it's very highly likely that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to get a driveway for DOT for that because of site distance issues. Looking up and down Old Graham Road. The other element of it is that it's, that's a wooded area there. So you're cutting right through that to put an access point that might not be the best. Now, we can't control what DOT would say about that. All we could do is ask. And then the other option, if you look at the very furthest southwest cul-de-sac, would be to consult or confer with this neighbor to the south to see if any emergency access could be connected from the end of that cul-de-sac to the paved driveway for Cambridge Hills, just below it. Of course, that requires the consent of Cambridge Hills, and well, you know, who knows if they would be willing to agree to that. So having said all that, we think the solution of the divided entryway at the beginning is the very best one because we can control it. I will also say though, that the applicant is committed to doing that no matter what. They're also totally willing to make good faith efforts to explore the other two options too and see if one of them pops up. And if it does, they would do that one too. So I think you can get the best of all possible worlds. We just can't commit to either one of those second two options because they're beyond our control, if that makes sense.
Nick, I'm concerned on this entrance. And I'm sure we'd have to have some kind of apparatus analysis if 20 foot is gonna be wide enough with a 10-foot median coming almost all the way to the end of the street there, maybe if it should be back 20 feet. And I'm using an apparatus as a ladder truck.
So the 20 foot is actually the pavement width. On the right-hand side, we'll have a 30-inch curb and gutter, which actually provides you another 2 feet of surface area. And then the median gutter on the median side will provide another foot. So you actually have 23 feet of flat surface on both drives. That makes sense. And my experience is that would be more than adequate for a vehicle to go on either side of any kind of fire service vehicle.
Is there any reason why this median is stretched out toward Old Graham Road as far? I mean, is it any reason we should not?
Yeah, so typically DOT, the median itself, they don't want it all the way to the edge of pavement. They want it back enough. And it's typically about 12 feet is what that setback is from the travel line there. And that'll help just any natural car or resident turning left southbound.
Mhm.
If you pull it back too far, it can create some traffic movement issues. So there are some limitations. There's DOT sort of has a criteria where that median should start in that area. Now we could, if you feel like it needs to be further back, you could do something that is mountable, like you see on the roundabouts. We could start the front of the median with some concrete so that an apparatus truck, and we'd be happy to work that out in the construction side.
There you go. Yeah, that would come through the fire marshal's office, correct, with a analysis on that?
That's correct. We'll do a turning movement. We'll show truck movement through there.
Okay.
And if there needs to be some kind of a mountable area in the front of that median, that'd be no problem.
Okay.
And I think actually looking at this now with Cambridge Hills, there's a similar situation. If something were to happen on Brookstone, it'd be difficult to access that whole complex as well. So it could be an advantage.
Yeah, we benefit both actually if they were to agree to it. Yeah, I agree.
And I think it's also more conducive to neighborhood interactions and overall feel. Folks in Cambridge Hills might be able to walk over to the Greenway more easily. Commissioner Farrell, I very much share these concerns and recall so many conversations about Powell Place and other developments that we were scratching our heads over trying to find similar solutions to this. The widening shown is a great, that is a partial solution for sure. And in my understanding, it does raise question in my mind, will this neighborhood have gas service, natural gas?
So I'm not sure where the natural gas line is actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it comes up Old Graham Road or not, but if it's available, we could certainly would.
Are you expecting to have natural gas as an amenity?
It's not necessary. Julie, have you used it in your other projects?
We have, if it's available, it's usually a benefit to the homeowner. for the heating element and the cooking element, so
Mhm.
we've built projects certainly without it,
Yeah.
but if it's available, usually we would include it.
You should, yeah, that was, in my understanding, that was the triggering event that really set in my mind in Powell Place, that there were some folks who experienced a gas leak and first responders blocked the road. And there was a feeling of folks being trapped, unable to evacuate in cars. And we've had other gas leaks since then in my neighborhood, but we've got two entrances in Chatham Forest. So the usefulness of these multiple entrances, multiple exits is really high. And so, you know, even if Cambridge Hills at first blush is not open to a full vehicular connectivity, then maybe they would be willing to have that gate with a very firm road base that is grassy. And again, that could be useful for pedestrians to come back and forth. I would very much like to see that. I'm not going to suggest that be a condition. But
We're totally willing to explore that in good faith to its conclusion, whatever it might be, and to implement it if we can reach an agreement on it.
yeah, and I personally would greatly favor that over the idea of penetrating that existing tree buffer on the road frontage. Yeah.
Just mention one regarding that. If you haven't rode back in there behind Cambridge is very tight roadway back through there. So I don't know that would be acceptable for emergency vehicles to get through there. That's something that, you know, the vehicle analysis would come through.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I've driven back there. It's not the widest area in some parts of it. But maybe the idea would be that if there's an emergency vehicle somehow blocking people in the back who are getting out, you can open the emergency exit and let them drive their car.
Passenger vehicles, yeah.
Yeah, and so it can serve both functions, right? One way or the other, you can get the people out, I guess is the main objective of that, which I fully appreciate.
Absolutely.
And I just want to say, I really respect the extensive work that developers and you, Mr. Robinson, have done with staff on this project. I know there's been a lot of conversations and I appreciate the responsiveness to the feedback that I've offered and that neighbors have addressed in their concerns.
Yeah, I think that's.
Echo that as well. I appreciate the creative solutions, you know, particularly extending sidewalks offsite and things like that. That's how we do what we talked about earlier, is piecing together this network that we have and giving access to parks and things.
They appreciate that. And all the credit really goes to them, not to me. I'm just sitting up here talking, but sure, it's their idea.
Thank you.
We have a few members of the public sign up to speak, so same rules apply. 3 minutes on the screen. Please say your name and address when you come up. First up is Alexander Cast, and then next will be Dawn Sanders McBride. And I do want to say too, is we received some email comments, and so we have noted those, and I think some of those have been even addressed this evening.
Well, thank you for having me, guys. Really appreciate it. It's nice to see you guys and put a face to the name. I'm Alexander, the guy who emailed you all the time, so thank you. I also want to thank you guys as well. You know my name too, and I've been in email contact with you. I think this is a really cool opportunity for the town to grow in a very kind of organic way within our normal circumference, you know, not outside of town, but within the 64 and everything like that. I am a neighbor of this property, and so I know the easement area quite well because I like to go back there and kind of muse and think about things, check out the woods and whatnot. And I apologize as well. I'm very hard of hearing, so I try to hear as much of what people say here, but if I didn't catch something, and if it's already been addressed, that's why. I'm pretty stoked about, you guys adding the sidewalks. I think that is a phenomenal benefit for the town and for your residents, but also neighboring residents. I think the Greenway is a fantastic idea, not only for y'all, but for Oakwood residents and folks going down south to Salisbury Street. I think it really opens up a potential great space that can continue on with what the parks have been talking about as well. And, extending that plausibly down to Town Lake and connecting that with the Roberson Creek as well. I think there is the bones kind of there to make that happen. It's probably a little ambitious, but less ambitious than other projects that seem to be going on. So I think that's pretty cool. I do have some concerns, namely about flooding in this area. It's already a pretty aggressive floodplain that you can see firsthand on its own. And it doesn't take a giant storm necessarily to make that happen. So one of my concerns is during construction, for the most part, what's going to happen with runoff, because that seems like a very big amount of trees to be taken down. And without the tree coverage, we're going to see a lot of soil and a lot of, things coming down into the creek. So I have pretty big concerns about that. I think there's a really cool opportunity. I play around with G1S or whatever the mapping thing is on Chatham County. And when you look at some of the planning points on each plat, and you look at the zoning and whatnot, my understanding is that what is the greenway and is the easement also has a considerable conservation placement on it as well, meaning you can't build there or anything, right? So I'm using layman's terms here because I'm not, knowing all of the correct terminology, but I think this is a great opportunity because it is such a wooded area to possibly expand on that conservation easement part beyond that, to keep a little bit more wooded area within town, because we're really losing a lot of that. And if this is a rezoning thing, I think we have a little bit of opportunity to say, okay, let's expand it a little bit further, because there is quite a bit of habitat in that area. There are, no folks don't like coyotes, but there's coyotes there, there's raccoons, there's tons of great birds.
Time is up.
Lots of beautiful things. Oh, my time's up, okay. Well, we got a whole slew to talk about, but I've already emailed it to you guys, so I think you understand where my perspective is at. But I do think it's a great opportunity, and if we can continue working and expanding on all that, that'd be great. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Next, Don.
I'm Dawn Saunders McBride. I live at 324 Oakwood Drive. And some of my questions were answered. So it is going to be a 55 and over community still, is my understanding, which has made me happy. I was also concerned about the ability to evacuate in an emergency. I wouldn't live there like a trapped rat. But also, I wanted to know when the proximal residents can see the proposed site plan, which you are all seeing, but I'm not seeing. And I want to know why it went from up to 98, why they have to change it. I don't like that. And I'm always also very concerned because according to the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, it's federal and state law to harm or destroy barred owls and their nesting areas, which is prolific in that site. And so you guys got to get around that. That's where they live. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we didn't have anyone else signed up for the public hearing this evening. I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Vose. Second.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant or staff?
Maybe I just have one discussion. I did mention this to Nick. Is there any possibility of moving a little forward with the sidewalk before 50 COs? And I'm just thinking about our residents that are possibly use it sooner.
Yeah, so I appreciate that question, Commissioner Farrell. So in the conditions we talked about is that the absolute deadline for the completion of the sidewalk is before we get the 50th certificate of occupancy in the neighborhood. I want to preface my response by saying the developer wants to build the sidewalk at the very beginning because it benefits them as much as it benefits the town to have it in place, and that is their intent. The only reason for the backstop deadline of 50th CO is just in case something comes up that they can't control. So for example, if there's an easement issue about where the sidewalk is going to go and it takes time to work that out, they don't want to be in violation of their approved conditions for a reason that isn't their fault. In addition, there can be other things. There can be design issues having to do with drainage, all kinds of things that can come up. All of those will get ironed out before we get to construction plan, and hopefully we'll know for sure. But we felt like we needed that wiggle room just in case, so we won't have to come back and ask for forgiveness. And so that was the idea behind that. And we did talk about hemming it doing less than 50, but it was really that's where the comfort level was for the developer at that number.
Thank you. And thank y'all for working with us on this.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments?
Has there been a stormwater analysis presented to the town? Mark?
It's a great question, Commissioner Foley. So in the next step, the preliminary plat submittal, and the CDs will actually provide that. But the town has a performance standard today that says that there are objectives that we have to meet in terms of the discharges. And so we're fully prepared to do that. So I don't see any issues. There is a floodplain there. We have a 100-foot perimeter buffer on our property. And, you know, the town has the foresight now to require that on the newer projects. And so I think we're in good stead.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I think so, other than they're gonna look at those other options in reference to the egresses. Yes, yes. Have any additional questions for that?
I have one. The first I've heard of this federal law about the owls. Is this something that we are required by law to observe? Do we need to be doing a survey? Are we going to be hiring somebody to assess whether this is an issue? Owls, talk about owls. I don't want this to be an issue, but I'd love to hear.
Another great question. I'm not an environmental scientist, but I did sleep at a Holiday Inn Express a few weeks ago. Civil Environmental Consultants is the consultant that's working with our client on this project, doing the wetland evaluations, et cetera. So we'll obviously discuss this since this was brought up tonight, but we're not going to be able to get permits, and if there was an issue with that, we would not be able to get permits to move forward if there was something significant. So we'll address that with Civil Environmental Consultants.
All right, thank you.
All right. So I'll take a motion to approve PB 2573 with the amendments presented to the principal uses this evening and the draft land use consistency statement as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Vose. Second. Commissioner Farrell, any more discussion?
My biggest concern with this project is the flooding that goes downhill to the bottom of Oakwood Drive. I know that we are mitigating that with a culvert down there. But it's something with the amount of rain that we're getting nowadays, that it will be a concern. So it's something that we need to maintain and watch carefully and make sure that the stormwater policies are complied with.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, up next is another public hearing for PB 25140 Cooper's Ridge MUPD. I'll take a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Seconded. Commissioner Vose, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Evening. Like I never left. Okay, so Trilanco LLC, back behind me, a petition to have 29.6 acres of land, which is a combined 5 parcels. They're currently zoned C2 highway commercial and R12 residential, to be reclassified as an MUPD, which is a mixed use planned development. The property is located along the eastern frontage of US Highway 15501, which is Hillsborough Street, and it's just south of McDonald's. Probably driven by and seen a nice for sale sign over there. It's adjacent to the Belmont development. These parcels are currently utilized for a storage shed, sales area, and contain a closed convenience store. There are several other structures, including a few residential structures, all intended to be removed during the construction of this particular site. I'm sorry, did we go into close? I mean, okay, thank God. All right, sorry. Sometimes I talk so much I don't.
Appreciate the reminder. I don't know.
It's, I like to hear my voice. So anyway, on the screen right now is pretty much a drawing of what is proposed here. There are 2 ingress points on 15501. And obviously it's divided up into essentially what amounts to, that is really, let's go to 1 or 2 further from there. That's an earlier drawing of it, but this is the location. These are the parcels. Keep going. And this is the proposal, and right here, one more. Oh, well. There you go. Just like that. So essentially you have 3 out parcels that actually, there you go, face the highway and accessed through these interior roads. There are 2 really large parcels in there. And I'm going to invite the applicant or their, Nick is coming up to have a word with you about this. Yeah,
Sorry, but I have one more handout. I'll do it as fast as is humanly possible. Madam Clerk. Yes, so Nick Robinson here on behalf of the applicant here, Trilanco LLC. I have the same address as I did earlier in the evening. And this is a conditional zoning request for approximately 29.6 acres located just south of McDonald's, as Randy said, near the 64 bypass intersection. I want to introduce you again to Mark Ashness, who's the land planner and engineer on the project, and also Yezen and Rahab Hamad, who are here. They are the owners of the development company. We are seeking to rezone this basically 5 parcels, which is currently split zoned between some of it being C2 and another portion of it being RA12. And we're seeking to rezone this from those designations to MUPD, mixed use plan development, conditional zoning. So if you think about Northwood Landing, if you think about Mosaic, those are mixed use plan developments. This would be of a similar ilk. We had a community information meeting, which we held on February 26th, 2025. Invited all the adjoining property owners, but alas, no one showed up for it. So we just met and talked amongst ourselves. But since that time, since February, late February 2025, we've, similar to the prior project, we spent most of the time working with the planning staff and the town manager and town attorney, working through the conditions again and the master plan. If you know, MUPD is a curious animal of its own kind under your ordinance, where you have a master plan for the development that is approved at the time of the zoning approval. And the conditions that you're used to seeing in a conditional zoning are integrated into the master plan. So you'll see the conditions in the master plan that you have for you. But we spent a lot of time working through the master plan and working through the narrative. And this one was 23 different versions, but we made it. And again, I think with the assistance of the town attorney and the town manager, we feel like it's in really good shape. Planning board recommended unanimously to approve it as well. And since that time, and the thing that I handed out to you, we had a comment that came to us about the possibility of adding a more multi-use trail or path. So if you look at the plan, you can see the northernmost entryway that connects from Hillsborough Street or 15501 all the way back to the Belmont project on the eastern side. You see that dotted line that goes along that roadway on the south side of that Cooper's Ridge Road there. That is a 10-foot multi-use pathway that will be built into that roadway cross-section. The question that arose was, what about for the portion of what's called Street B, which is the portion that intersects with Cooper's Ridge Road and runs down to the second entryway on the southern part of the frontage on 15501. That's Street B. The request was whether or not the developer could add a multi-use path there as well to create a full circle, particularly if that larger tract on the right, which is parcel 5, was ultimately to be used for multifamily residential. At this time, we don't know. It could be either commercial or residential or some mix. And so in conversations with our client about this, and speaking with the town manager, it was decided that one option would be, hey, let's not worry about whether or not there's residential on there or commercial on there. But let's put a multi-use trail in there and use the 8-foot wide version of it there. And so I put that question to the developer client today, and they're amenable to that. So that is what the revision to the condition is that you have in front of you. They will, irrespective of whether that larger parcel 5 becomes ultimately commercial or residential, they'll go ahead and put an 8-foot wide multi-use path on the connecting road there. And we think that's the best outcome because it won't be known whether parcel 5 is going to be commercial or residential for some time. And so it's
just one clarification. Is that parcel 3 or parcel 5? Like, these drawings are difficult to see, but I think you're talking.
Yeah, it's hard to see. The big orange one in the bottom right corner, I think is parcel 5.
It is.
Yeah.
Bounded by this track sort of that we're talking about.
Yes. Parcel 3. Yes. Yeah, and so the original idea was, hey, if big parcel 5 is residential, it'd be a good idea to have a multi-use trail. That's the way I understood it. That might not have been the original question, but that's what I thought it was. But we've just taken that out of the calculation and just said, it does make sense to have a multi-use trail that goes around the portion of the interior roadway that encircles that parcel 3. And that's what they would commit to do, an 8-foot wide one there. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. So thank you for doing that. And then there's just a detail in one of the road elevations shows the 60-foot right of way with a 10-foot multi-use trail, which is not correct in any of these configurations. So
I think it will be a 10-foot multi-use trail from 15501 to Belmont.
On that 60-foot right of way, yes, but not on
this website. We'll have to correct that cross section. Because we didn't really add it until today. So yeah. So anyway, that was that is one issue that came up in the meantime. Other things to mention about this, the I think that's really it for now. Again, we have a similar thing where we are certain that this complies and conforms with your comprehensive land use plan in this location for a number of different reasons, all of which are set out in the application. But to not unduly delay everybody else who's waiting, I would just ask Mark to come up now and give a brief presentation of the project itself.
Evening again, board members and staff. I'll be very brief. One of the nice things about this project is we're now going to provide sort of the third point of access to Hillsborough Street for the Belmont project, which is a much more significant project. So those signals will be synchronized at the Lowe's Drive and our proposed entrance location. Our wastewater will be served by an existing gravity line on Hillsborough on the southwest corner of the property. We'll have multiple water connections on Hillsborough and then across connectivity with Belmont. So that'll further improve things. The normal drainage pattern is to the southwest corner here. So we've got a larger SCM to accommodate that. That's not to say that there might not be other SCMs on some of these parcels, once the specific site plan is generated. We're definitely excited about seeing some of the non-residential uses appear, and this seems to be a very good location for that. And the last exhibit, we've asked on the two parcels that are to the east, the idea of having higher height facilities or buildings. And that's really specifically we're not to say that we can do that. We just want to leave the opportunity for that. And I've just provided an exhibit of another project we worked on in Apex that y'all probably have ridden by before if you're heading east on 64 where the new Harris Teeter is. That's a photo of the podium with the apartments on top of it. They're in Sweetwater. And so basically that was the only reason we were asking for a higher height allowance in those areas in the sense if we could attract a project like that, we might do that. Thank you.
Is this handout intended to be a edition of the MUPD?
No, it's basically to explain why we requested that.
Okay.
One other slide, already while we're looking at this picture. Did want to point out that there is a signalized intersection that is down from McDonald's. I also want to point out that one at the bottom is a right in, right out. So you are not turning left across traffic there. It's a right in, right out. So the one with the signal and then the one up at McDonald's with the signal are the ways that you make a left, which I think is critical to the project.
Yes.
The existing height limitation on this property is 65 feet. So this is a 20-foot additional.
I have a couple of questions about the conditions for someone, but for number 6, it says that existing uses can continue like in perpetuity. What uses would that apply to that are not already in the MUPD?
Sorry. I couldn't hear the question, Mr. Mayor. Where are you at on that?
So number 6 in the conditions.
Yes.
It says that any uses currently on the property as of the date approval may be allowed to continue as a non-conforming use. So what uses are those that aren't uses that will be allowed in the MUPD that you're hoping to continue?
Yeah, so I mean, that's a baseline backdrop provision of the ordinance anyway. So it's really just reiterating what the rule is, but what is there now is, if you recall that, I don't know what you would call it, but storage unit. Storage, yeah. Sales place, right there is a tenant there at the moment. Is there one other?
What's subcontractor, electrical subcontractor?
Electrical subcontractor also has an office there, yes.
Yeah, there are 3 single family homes in the back.
3 single family homes also, they're being occupied.
Okay, and that's because this would change this evening, if approved, and then they would.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to have to kick all of them out just because it's the zoning change now.
Okay.
So just stay that way until the construction begins.
Okay, and then number 8 says perimeter buffers, street buffers will be as in the MUPD plan or in the UDO. So what's better about the UDO in this MUPD to follow those buffers? I guess.
So the buffers we proposed are equal to the MUPD, the UDO, with the exception in a couple of occasions is slightly more dense. So the UDO buffers would not supersede these buffers.
Okay, so you'd be, I guess if you're gonna go greater than the UDO anyway, then why do you need the condition?
Yeah, we can strike that.
Yes. And then number 13 and number 15.
Mr. Mayor, I would just say that if there's some buffer that we didn't think about and it needs to be there per the UDO and it's not in our plan, the idea of having the UDO as a fallback, I think was protective, but it would be good either way.
I guess the question, but the UDO would apply to the MUPD. This is allowing exceptions from the UDO.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And then 13 and 15 are about vested rights, and I think they're almost duplicates.
Yeah, it's duplicative.
Okay. They're slightly different, but
Different statutes involved.
yeah. Well, I think it says 160D 108 and 160D 108-1.
Two different statutes that cover two different things.
One is inclusive of the other.
No, it isn't. It's a separate statute. A separate section.
It can be combined.
I think they are combined in 13, but
There's 108 and then there's 108.1, but they're both mentioned in both conditions. We can straighten that out.
I would strike.
Yeah. I think 13 is the right one, but we'll let Paul decide.
Leave it.
Okay, I'm good with that either way.
This is not vested. This is not a site-specific development. Want to make sure that they come back a year from now and say, this is the gospel, this is what you got to approve. It's not a site-specific development. It has no vested right.
Okay, we got that. But what's the difference between paragraph 13 and 15?
13 covers both statutes and 15 doesn't. For the same.
It looks like.
You wrote it.
If I may say, Mr. Town Attorney, you reviewed it extensively. I think we should take 15 out.
I agree with you. I'll let you think a little bit on that while I go through some others. Number 21 talks about specific brands like Home Depot, and then it talks about grocery stores and then home improvement stores and then retail membership clubs. So it seems to me that maybe like Target and Lifetime Fitness don't fit in those categories, but I don't know why we're calling out like specific brand names and then the general category of home improvement retail store or retail membership club.
I think it's basically just to make it so that if there's a combo of grocery and retail, we know that these ones that have been listed here are approved. And but that otherwise it shouldn't, whatever brand it is, it shouldn't exceed 50,000 square feet.
And then I think just a note, but on our land use plan, the specific area called out for a Costco is the area of the land use plan that's meant for traditional neighborhood or residential infill. The other part that's not called out for a Costco is MUAC, I think. So we're kind of flipping the land use plan of what we intended to be residential near and designating it for a Costco.
Yeah, I think if I understood that correctly, I think that's why the southern big chunk parcel 5 would be the one that would be multifamily.
Potentially multifamily.
Potentially, yeah.
Because the condition.
So if you're gonna have any traditional neighborhood infill with multifamily, it would be there in that spot that is designated under the comp plan as traditional neighborhood infill. It's not a perfect overlap. I get what you're saying there.
Well, condition 21 says that parcel 5, there's no square footage limitation for Costco, Wegmans, Harris Teeter, whatever these aspirational brands are, I guess. So that's what I'm saying. It might be multifamily in the traditional neighborhood area, or it might be a Costco.
That's correct.
Is what this.
Yeah, it allows for either.
This result, yeah. Okay.
Can I interject a quick question on this same note? Is it conceivable that there could be both? A
Yes.
grocery with residences above?
Yeah, or if not a grocery, some kind of commercial, right? I think that's the point of what Mark was saying about the podium conceptual illustration. It is entirely possible that you would have commercial retail on the first floor and residential above. It's also possible that it would be just commercial, and it's also possible that it could be a multifamily apartment complex.
Yeah.
Just don't know yet.
As one commissioner, I don't know if there's others who feel this way, I would like to know what we can do to encourage that and incentivize it perhaps.
Yeah, the mixed use component of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Particularly if there has to be a 50,000 square foot commercial facility in there. Let's see what we can get to do to have residential over it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that can be, I'm not sure what you're hoping for in response, other than a commitment to continue the conversation, which we're perfectly willing to do. Yeah.
And just to be clear, that 50,000 square foot doesn't apply to the big box.
Right. Unlike yours.
There. But I agree, like mixed use would be much more desirable there than a warehouse club.
It would be, yeah, and if you can do that podium, you know, it's good for the developer too, right? Because there's more square footage allowed ultimately.
That's why I was hoping this handout was a condition.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why we have it otherwise, so.
it's there to demonstrate the concept of the podium.
Okay.
This may be the first 85-foot
right
matter that we've ever considered.
I do know why.
And so I appreciated it for that reason alone.
And then one other last small note for me, on number 30, it talks about Hillsborough Street, 15501 North, which is no longer, thankfully, 15501 North. So.
Oh, yeah, I have worked here for 30 years and I still don't know the exact line of demarcation.
No, it's just recently changed.
I would have to-
15501 is no longer on Hillsborough Street.
I can just take that out.
Yep.
In my future musings on this subject. Thank you.
For your next 30 years.
Yeah, okay, good. I like it. Now it's officially Hillsborough Street up there at this. Huh, okay, that's right now.
That's it for me. Yes.
I think perhaps the most important take-home piece of this is that this does not have tenants lined up to come in. This is a future plan with a great deal of marketing yet to happen. But as it is currently zoned, this would be impossible, including the height, including the mixture.
Yes.
So, yeah. Hence the need for this.
Any other comments or questions?
I'll make a motion to approve PB 25-140 as well as the draft land use plan consistency statement as presented.
We can amend that to remove 6, 8, and maybe 15. Did we come to a conclusion on that? Mr. Messick?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Friendly amendments accepted.
Thank you.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Vose. Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
It's changing.
And there was no public silence. It's the public hearing. So take a motion to close the public hearing.
Moved.
Commissioner Bonitz, second.
Second.
Commissioner Vose, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Shall I repeat the motion previously?
I think, Gary, are we okay in that order?
Everybody to sign up.
There was nobody signed up. No.
Paperwork.
Okay.
Again, thank you.
Thank you. right, up next into action items, and we have the manager's recommended budget back again.
So we held the public hearing at the last meeting on May 12th for the budget. And there were no public comments at that time, and we closed the public hearing. Since then, there were a few changes that were made to the budget document. Those changes are that we decreased the expected revenue from the city of Sanford from 144,000 to 125,000. That is for our inspectors continuing to do the utility inspections for the upcoming fiscal year. Additionally, we added $5,500 to the planning department contracted services so that the planning board can have their meetings here at the Ag Center for next fiscal year. And then I had to reallocate a portion of funds that I had in debt service payment that is actually for our lease. And we have to account for the majority of our lease as a debt service payment based on FASB rules. But the portion that is related to the TICAM payment, that has to be paid out of our expense. So I had to move those funds. All those changes resulted in us increasing the fund balance appropriated by $24,499. That $1 difference is just due to rounding. So our final fund balance appropriated for fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget is $1,218,878. So that's the only changes that we made between the public hearing and tonight. Do you have any other questions? Otherwise, we're looking for the budget to be approved.
Any other questions for Heather or staff? Like a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 manager's recommended budget.
So moved.
Commissioner Vose, second.
Second.
Commissioner Foley, any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Going back one, I realized we forgot the addition of the 29 condition that they handed out with the 8-foot trail in the motion. Yeah, they're still out there. I don't know how we correct that.
Amendment to that motion and restate it.
Yes, I think it's good. All right, so I'll take an amended motion to approve PB 25-140 with the exclusion of 6, 8, and 15 and the addition of the 8-foot multi-use trail along Street B to number 29.
So moved.
Commissioner Bonitz.
8-foot trail.
I'm sorry, I lost.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're going back. We forgot the condition for 29, the 8-foot use.
Oh, yes.
Sort of modify your.
Absolutely accepted. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so modified. Second. Second, Commissioner Vose. Applicant.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I understand what changes will be made. Obviously, the language that I handed up there about the 8-foot trail will be included. Is there, and we will delete the one duplicative vesting rights paragraph. Is there any other change?
We also removed 6 and 8.
So 6 and 8.
Which were the buffer standards and.
Yeah, the buffer. Yeah, that's right. Buffer standards.
Existing use.
Backdrop. I got that.
This, what was 6?
6, I think, was the one that had to do with existing uses, and I thought we were going to leave that the same.
You're right.
Man. So 8, it would be 8, 15, and then adding the 8-foot trail, right?
All right, try it one more time. Take a modified motion.
Yeah.
To approve PB 25-140 with the removal of conditions 8 and 15 and a modification of condition 29 to include an 8-foot wide multi-use trail along Street B, as well as the draft land use plan consistency statement as presented.
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Mr. Vose?
That's great. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We'll go slower on the next motion. Next up is the preliminary plat for Asteria Phase 1.
All right. Teresa Thompson presenting. DMB SWVP Raleigh LLC is proposing to subdivide approximately 175.43 acres into 494 residential lots. That includes 343 single-family detached, 57 townhomes, 50 duplex, and 44 quadplexes. And this is for the first phase of Asteria. The property is located north of Settles Road and east of the intersection of Grant Drive and Shadow Parkway. I think the only slide we need to put up is C2 in the preliminary plat, the overall site plan. We can go to different sheets if we need to, but that's the overall page. So a portion of the property, parcel 75037, which is about 48.87 acres. That's known as the Malott tract. That's located outside of the Chatham PDD district or Chatham Park PDD district. It's zoned MRCZ, and it's not subject to the Chatham Park's standards like master plans, elements, though it was designed to meet all the town standards like the UDO and all the Chatham Park standards as well. The remainder of the project area is about 126.56 acres, and that is located within the PDD. So that line that you see going straight up and down, that's the PDD line. So everything to the west of that is Malott. Just a quick recap on the preliminary plat process. It's one of the 3 major approval steps for major subdivisions. If you subdivide more than 5 acres or 5 lots in Pittsburgh, you have to go through this process. So preliminary plats is like the name, it's just preliminary. We do look at all of the applicable standards at this time, such as sidewalks and landscaping, street trees, things like that. The actual infrastructure plans comes at the next step, which is the CD step, construction drawing approvals, and that's for like the roads, the stormwater, utilities. So if they come back and there's any major changes between the 2 steps, they have to come back to y'all and do it all over again. After that is the final plat, and that's what gets recorded in the Register of Deeds office. And then they can start selling lots after that. So they're all administrative type approvals. We just make sure that all the standards are met. So if you have any questions throughout the presentation, let me know, and any concerns that you might have as well, feel free to interrupt at any time. So we'll just go through the staff analysis pretty quickly. Stop me if you want me to go into any more details. So Asteria will be served by public water and sewer through Tri-River. And there was a 2023 agreement to provide the water, and then there was an additional letter received from Tri-River when they submitted their preliminary plat. Proposed 36.9% impervious surface. Chatham Park as a whole can go up to 70%. So that means individual lots can actually go up to 100%, so long as that overall total doesn't go past 70. There's a 100-foot buffer required on the perennial stream, and there's no floodplains located in this project.
Type C, there's a type C perimeter buffer required on the northern property line of the Malat tract. And type B streetscape buffer is required on Chatham Parkway. So that's shown in the plans as well. Tree coverage areas are met based on the requirements. Again, Malat's not required to have a TCA. They went ahead and did it anyways. So 32 acres total is required for the TCA, and they're providing 51 acres. And for open space, there's a requirement of 18.10 acres. And parkland, there's a requirement of 18.10 acres. It will not be provided on this site. It will be provided somewhere in the north village of Chatham Park. And the applicants I've been in contact with Parks and Recs director and having that conversation of exactly what that will look like. And it will be finalized before the final plat's approved. For the open space, 13 acres are required, and the applicant's providing 52.35 acres of open space. So going beyond the requirement on that as well. Transportation, Chatham Parkway is being built. It should be complete by the end of 2027. So there's a couple of phases, and we've been in contact with DOT on the timeline in regards to this development being built as well. Until Astor Green Parkway has a connection, there will be an emergency access off of Astor Green for secondary access. There are several golf cart parking spaces being provided, 35 on-street spaces. So we discussed that with the applicant, and that is permitted in town. The required on-street parking spaces is 63 total, and that's between the guest parking and kiosk parking. The applicant's providing 370 on-street parking spaces. The proposed preliminary plat also falls in line with all of our comprehensive plans. There was also a traffic impact analysis completed by the town and DOT. There were no additional comments at this time. There's an intersection of Pine Frost Lane and Astor Green, which will be studied again in the future with future phases as it's developed. There will be a 10-foot wide multi-use path installed adjacent to Chatham Parkway, Astor Green Parkway, and Asteria Boulevard. That's required for our bike and ped master plan. Regarding affordable housing, for this project, there would be 24 dwelling units required, and that is being met through the Comet and Fire Tower Road projects. So overall, the plans have been reviewed in accordance with the town's standards at this time with public utilities, public safety, engineering, and planning. Therefore, staff recommends making a motion to approve the preliminary plat for Asteria Phase 1. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Any questions for Teresa?
I have just one, and I know she mentioned it, but I missed it. The parkland is being provided off-site.
Yes, sir.
Do we have control of where that's going to, or where we're going to be able to use that land?
It's a public recreation requirement, so yes.
Okay.
Let's say 18 acres. 18 acres.
Yeah, 18 acres, okay. Yep. Yeah, we're good. My questions were along similar lines. The non-local parks and alternative provider parks, can you define those for us, please?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Can you define the non-local parks and alternative provider parks?
Do you remember what page that was on?
Yeah. From our One Pittsboro Parks and Rec vision map.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about the preliminary plat. You're talking about the actual plan itself.
Yeah.
No, sir, I'd have to look that up to know exactly what that means in the master.
It's our language from our
Correct.
Parks Master Plan rather than from theirs.
Yes, sir. And we just have to determine that it's consistent.
Oh, they're outside of this project site, so.
Correct.
I moved.
Okay, any other questions?
Do you have any more questions for me? I was going to invite the applicant, in case they had anything they'd like to add.
Do you have anything to add? Sure. Okay.
Matt Dean, General Manager of Asteria, D&B Development. It's such a pleasure to see each of you again tonight, and delighted to have the opportunity to represent Asteria and our first-in-class project team. We thought that tonight's meeting would be a perfect opportunity to take a moment to briefly introduce you to the project team. And when I call your name, you just stand up and wave, that'd be great. So Mary Alexander, Executive Vice President, General Counsel with D&B Development. Beth Trajos, our local North Carolina counsel with Box Rouse. Bobby Oldham, Vice President and Civil Engineering Lead for Asteria and Chatham Park with Withers Ravenel. Jason Buffkin, Civil Project Manager for Asteria, also with Withers Ravenel. Kevin Dean, our Traffic Engineer with Kimley Horn. Pete Sullivan, Principal of LRM Group and our Director of Land Development for D&B Development. Micah McKenzie, our Land Development Project Manager, also with LRM Group and D&B Development. Jason Nizal, our Director of Finance for Asteria, also with D&B Development. And last but certainly not least, Tina Ireland, our Executive Assistant for the Asteria team, also with D&B Development. We're excited to bring forward this Asteria Phase 1 preliminary plat application to the town and look forward to building a meaningful and long-term relationship with you for years to come. Our full team is represented and present today not only to demonstrate our level of commitment to the town of Pittsboro and the Asteria project, but also to address and respond to questions that you may have regarding the plat application. So with that, assume that there are no additional questions for our team to respond to.
I don't think so. Thank you.
You're welcome. You.
All right. I will read this one carefully. Make a motion to approve the major subdivision preliminary plat for Chatham Park, section 1.2, phase 1 of Asteria, adopting the resolution approving an application for a preliminary plat major subdivision.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Vose. Second?
Second.
Commissioner Farrell, any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Up next is a request for the downtown social district expansion. Teresa.
Teresa Thompson presenting again. So the social district for downtown Pittsboro was approved September 25th, 2023. So it's been almost a couple of years. And we have only received positive feedback from the downtown community. Many businesses have reported increased foot traffic and increased sales due to the social district. We've had a couple of businesses ask if they can be included. So that includes West End Restaurant and Finders and Seekers on Rectory Street, then also Marigold on West Street. So for West End and Finders and Seekers, that has more to do with being able to have patrons go between the two businesses. So if you are at West End and you have a glass of wine, you can go into Finders and, you go shopping with your glass of wine. Currently, that is not allowed, and in order to have outdoor dining with wine, there has to be a physical barrier between the two stores, which they're trying to promote a more walkable type of outdoor area there. So as staff, we do have to connect it to the social district, which would be down West Street. So it's basically like a straight shot down the sidewalk. It wouldn't include any other businesses or properties. We really don't foresee many people partaking in the social district, like from, let's say, Havoc and walking all the way down. I'm sure it will happen sometimes, especially during like an event or weekends are busier, but the main reason that they're requesting it is so they can have that traffic between the two stores. And then Marigold, they've requested that a little bit here and there over the past couple of years. We hear from them, and because it's a little farther out from the main portion, we wanted to wait and see how the first phase went before we requested expanding it any further. So it's almost like two requests in one. You can look at it as like the north side of West Street versus the south side of West Street. Improve one or the other or both or neither. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Next away.
I think my only comment on it, I think the social district has gone really well. I think it's a good thing, and just all over town, as we're trying to improve pedestrian safety. We definitely need more crosswalks on West Street, and I don't think this will appreciably increase traffic along West Street necessarily, but I know there's some crosswalks in the works for West Street, and I think that's a good thing in addition to this.
There's one planning for McClenahan Street, and then we're also looking at proposing one on Rectory Street as well.
I want to thank staff for bringing it. And I had to look back to refresh my memory, but Commissioner Bette Wilson Foley and I asked for this in 2018. So I'm really pleased that we're getting it done.
And Foley involved.
Yeah.
Social district?
No, the Main Street, inclusion of this in Main Street. Is that not what's happening here? Is this only for the social district?
This is a social district expansion request.
It is in the social district. That was or it is in the downtown district. That was
Main
Street.
Okay, good.
Main Street district, yeah.
I guess it got done previously.
We did that a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, West End Restaurant is the last property
Sort of
in the district, in Main Street district,
on the side.
on the exterior boundary.
Got it.
To be clear, this is expanding the social district.
Yep. Thank you.
Area in green.
Move to approve the expansion of the downtown social district as illustrated on the proposed expansion area map.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonitz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Vose. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have an appointment for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. We have a suggestion to appoint Brian Finnegan for that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
I think he was the only application that we received.
Well, who's the only application that qualified for this?
Yes.
Okay.
The residency.
Yes.
I have a comment to make about that. How many applicants do we have at the planning board position? We had a great number of them. My concern is that we only have one applicant for this Parks Department Advisory Board. And I'm wondering whether we should broaden our pool, if that's possible. Why is there just one applicant?
So there was one applicant for the ETJ that we had 9 applicants that qualified, but for this, what we have is 3 members are to be of the ETJ and the 4 members to be in town limits.
So did I hear that right? We have 9 applicants?
Yes, but only one, this is an ETJ position.
Oh, I see, I understand.
Only one qualified. Of those 9 applicants, only one qualified.
I see, right, okay.
So we need to recruit more from our ETJ.
Pretty much.
And I think we see a similar thing with the planning board, that the number of applicants and where they live sort of varies with people's commitments and things like that. We are generally getting a lot more applicants, I think, because of PBO 101, a lot of other factors, but it's not always, doesn't always line up with the position open.
It doesn't line up at all. Is there a way we can re-advertise for this position so that we have more applicants? I mean, you know, the Parks Department.
Yeah, we did have it advertised for 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, 2 months. That should be sufficient.
Social media.
Must be at the website, via social media, via chat list, or media distribution, and website.
Have you tried airplanes?
Smoke signals.
Well, I think too, similar to what you mentioned earlier about climate change and what I see from the county advertising, like I think other municipalities and others have a lot harder time getting applicants than we do. And we're more used to recently seeing this number of applicants. But Parks and Rec is a completely optional advisory board, so we don't have to do anything this evening. We can do whatever the board wants to do, but it's not this is not like planning board or Board of Adjustment where the state requires us to have this. So.
Do y'all remember the justification for having 4 and 3? 4 in town, 3 out of town? And I only ask because if you had 9 applications and 8 of which were in town, that means the desire to be on the Parks and Rec board for in-town folks is much higher than the ETJ. So an evaluation of the makeup of that board may be something that you all want to look at, especially as more people come into town, more parks being built. Or in-town residents may.
Probably population ratio at the time or something, but
Yeah.
to shift like the other.
And I could see a rationale for that balance because we are going to be growing so rapidly. And so we probably want to make sure that we've got robust ETJ representation because we'll be growing into the ETJ.
I think similar to the planning board. Planning board is written that it shifts as the population shifts. But I think this was written as static. So.
So does that mean it's written in stone? Can we open up the pool to all 9 applicants, or is that just a can of worms? Just a question out to the staff.
It's not in our bylaws.
It's not required by statute, so I think Paul will chime in whenever you feel free, but I think you all can decide what your advisory board is made up of, since it's not statutorily required.
Is there a way we can get a list of all 9 applicants? Let's do that.
Do we have the original documentation for whenever the Parks and Rec Advisory Board was commissioned? To my knowledge, it's longer than a decade.
Code of Ordinances, isn't it?
The Code of Ordinance?
The only board in the Code of Ordinances.
Not in the.
That's right.
Bylaws.
Right, you have to change the text to that.
Yeah.
So we can change it, but we've got to do a Code of Ordinance, a change to do it. But it's certainly totally up to us what we want to do.
So would you all like us to go and do some research and come back to you? That is an option.
I would like that.
I second that.
Our parks are one of our greatest selling points. And so with that, I see we want to recruit as many positive folks as we can possibly get there. So that's my opinion, my thought.
Katie, do you have, when you have your Parks and Rec meeting, do you have a fairly good attendance?
Yes, we do.
Very passionate folks.
In parks.
Both.
So what would be the process then of moving forward and changing, what would we call it, the bylaws or the?
It's an ordinance that creates the Parks Advisory Board. You'd have to change the text of that. If the only issue is, more ETJ reps or less, it's just changing the number. You might want to look at the purposes of the board and consider whether that's still appropriate or not as well.
This one applicant is already on board, is that correct? Is there a way we don't have to ad lib this tonight, right? We can change this and still have him retain his position on the board until time we can resolve it?
No. His term ends on June 30th.
Okay.
Ends the 30th. I just think it's not fair for him to have applied. He's the only one that met the criteria at this time, and we're gonna turn around and say, okay, let's try to do something else. It's not fair to him to do that.
Not fair.
Yeah, to me, I don't think that's fair for him.
Could we not approve him and then look at changing the ordinance?
In the future?
The next iteration of our meeting schedule?
Yeah, absolutely. And Brian went through PBO 101 and from that found that he wanted to be on the PARAB.
I'm not impugning Brian at all. I just want to see applicants, a broad spectrum of applicants. We only have one. So.
But I think there are some ordinance changes we should make, like the application, for example, is in the ordinance. So there's probably some cleanup to do there.
Understand what you're saying. That would be great. This would be a great time to do that.
Refresh.
Yes, refresh it, but let him go on and be.
Yeah. So I move that we approve the applicant and
Can you read the motion and then?
thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Foley, we heard you loud and clear on the ordinance piece. So
We don't have to add that.
sorry, we'll try to have something to you in a couple of months.
I move to appoint Brian Finnegan for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board with term ending June 30th, 2027.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Up next, we have multiple appointments to the Pittsboro Downtown Advisory Board. These are reappointments for Kathy Russell, Eric Andrews, Greg Stafford, and Siobhan Moore. Any questions? Comments? All right. I'll take a motion to appoint Kathy Russell, Eric Andrews, Greg Stafford, and Siobhan Moore to the Pittsboro Downtown Advisory Board for a 3-year term to expire on June 30, 2028.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonitz. Second, Commissioner Vose. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is a request for Moncure-Pittsboro Road Park land offer.
Yes, sir. So briefly, about a year ago, we started looking at this parkland for a baseball complex, as it was supposed to be a regional park location. Katie and our consultant from Pond and Company felt that it was not suitable for that, just due to the environmental and topo issues. in looking at that property and what we could do with it in the future, that, I guess the southern or southeast section of that, I'm trying to figure out what to do with it. Some kind of general estimate showed it's going to cost about 1.5 million to access that 21.1 acres. Only because to access it, you also need to have bathrooms and shelters and all the other things. And it basically would be like setting up a second park in the same 52 acres. So with that, we looked at CPI, approached them to see if they would want to, or Pulte would want to purchase that land back from the town because of the pending subdivision plat that was coming in to the south of that. It's not part of Del Webb, but it is connected to Del Webb. With that, got an offer back from them for 1.2 million for 21.1 acres. The map is in your packet. You have a look at that. And talking with Paul about how we would go through this, we were able to get a broker price opinion from Eric Andrews. The updated one, the original one was 750,000 for 26 acres. The updated one based on the map that CPI provided is recommended list price of $850,000. So recommendation is to adopt the resolution authorizing the sale pursuant to statutory upset bid process or procedure. And that is also.
Explain that process briefly. Or I will, like, I just to say that what we're approving tonight is to accept the offer and start the process, but we're not approving.
Oh, so you're not accepting the offer.
Well,
the process is that if you adopt the resolution, the clerk will put a notice in the newspaper advising people that they have time to upset the bid.
10 days.
10 days?
10 days.
Sir?
10 days?
Yes.
we're accepting the start of the process.
Right.
Then at any time, we can decline the actual sale of the property.
Right. I mean, if there are no bids, then you will then have it on your next agenda to accept the offer. If there are upset bids, then the cycle goes on and on until there's a final bid that there's no raised bids. But at that point, if you decide you don't want to sell it, then you can reject all the bids.
Any comments, questions?
It's the same process you did when you sold the lot, Hillsborough Street last year.
Yeah, all in all, I see this as 1.2 million that we can use for the other parks, priority 2 for staff, updating existing parks, bathrooms, et cetera. Possibly a master plan for Town Lake or others that we want to focus on. The side benefit of this is they're going to build anywhere between 55 and 117 homes on those 21.1 acres. So you'll be getting fee in lieu for those structures built, adding another $250,000 to $500,000 to that number. So it could be a net gain of 1.7, which we could greatly use in the improvement of our existing parks at this moment. Rather than potentially one day, probably 20 or 30 years down the road, spending 1.5 by then 2 million to access that 21.1 acres. So I personally am just looking at this totally from a financial standpoint.
Yeah, and the financial arguments were compelling. I have some thoughts on this, and so I'll share. I was convinced to support this and then moved to reconsider, as I've shared with staff in correspondence. I think some other board members have also received this email. The points that were made by a member of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board that were most compelling to me were the idea of, I guess, a discussed but not formalized walking trail that would be kind of a north-south walking trail that might connect with this area and might even cross Pittsboro-Moncure Road. I've since learned that may not be altogether clear in the Parks Master Plan. Another item was of concern was the sewer pump station that is likely to be planned for close to the road frontage on the side of the creek that we intend to retain. And I think there are concerns about visibility and impact, visual impact of that sewer pump station as a main welcoming feature into this parkland that we do intend to retain. Jonathan Franklin, you shared with me a response that allayed many of my concerns, but Katie Keller, I see you standing there eagerly ready to share, it seems. So
the concerns about the pump station is a new one to me. I have not heard on that. There was whenever we discussed this with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board last week, wanted to make sure that they were aware of this and see feedback. From my standpoint was we had some mixed reviews. We had a couple members that were very active in saying that, hey, we should retain it and we should use it as walking trails or just conservation. We had several that could see the benefit or understanding of selling it. And then we had several that several that really didn't provide one way or the other. We're not passionate one way or the other. So that's the way that we received it.
As the parkland sits now, the pump station would kind of be in the middle of the road frontage, not in the middle of the parkland, but just the road frontage along Moncure-Pittsboro Road. It kind of would be about in the middle of the road frontage. So if we were to, or if you all were to accept this offer and then eventually accept the offer to sell it, it would then be at the south. Can't believe I'm messing up my directions tonight.
I think it's further than that now.
Southeast, corner, They're also constructing one further up Moncure-Pittsboro Road as well. And so that's just infrastructure. It's got to go where it's got to go. But Robin assured me this morning it'd be well landscaped and probably hidden as best as it can be. In terms of the walkways that are planned, on our master plan, there's one to the north of this parkland at the Industrial Woodyard Road. Or I'm getting that name wrong, but y'all know where the Woodyard is. It's right there. And then there's one scheduled for Chatham Parkway, which is to the south of this property. So I don't think there are any planned greenways going directly to this property, is my point.
So what was this about, a rumor of a footpath or a trail that would come wending its way southwards from the new Roberson's Walk parkland?
I think that was just a statement about a potential connectivity aspect of it. It would have to go over the creeks in order, or the only other access would be to not have to do a bridge, would have to be from the bottom side to the neighborhood of the bot to access that south side from the over the creek that we can't access right now without a bridge. It would be through the neighborhood if that's an option. So like Jonathan said, it'd essentially be unless you wanted to put a bridge over the creek.
Or unless it's simply access along Pittsboro-Moncure Road?
You have to go over a creek. Like the way that it is almost like a Y, but the creek goes, if you look on the map that was in the packet, is how you access that south side. You have to build something over the creek to do that.
The Greenway or Bike and Ped master plan also shows a multi-use path going north-south on Moncure-Pittsboro Road.
I'm getting a web page error.
There's
reach that.
There's the greenway that will come along the backside of Potterstone as well into the northwest corner of the retained land, I guess.
Yes. As it comes down, goes around the substations, then joins Moncure-Pittsboro Road. And I believe that is the, like you said, that the northwest corner of the retained property.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about.
But one from Roberson Walk Park or whatever we're calling that, there's nothing planned.
Yeah, I didn't think there was anything, and so when I was told that had been discussed, I was puzzled.
You can get there, right? Eventually, because you'll leave Roberson to west, get onto the Roberson Creek Greenway, then you come down to Sanford Road, then down to Moncure-Pittsboro Road, then down.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions, but I'm sort of still hesitant about, except putting this out for sale. I think I still would rather hold on to it and let it increase in value. I guess one question.
Well, I think what we can do, I mean, what we will do is put this out for other people to see what they think it's worth. And then we have at least until next month to, somebody might come in with a $4 million, price for it. That'd be fantastic.
That would be great.
But if not, we do have an offer in hand, and then we can decide next month what we want to accept that or not. Okay, so I'll take a motion to adopt the resolution declaring the 21.1 acres to be surplus to the needs of the town and authorizing the sale in accordance with the offer of CPF LLC, subject to the upset bid procedures of N.C.G.S. 160A-269.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Vose. Second,
I'll second.
Commissioner Foley.
I'd like to talk about a little bit more about that.
Any discussion?
So this is not a vote to sell it. This is a vote to put it up for sale. And we can explore whether at a future date that we can sell it or not. So it's information gathering. That's how I'm looking at it. That's my only point.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Up next is a request for Roberson's Walk to accept property.
Oh, you want to do your item?
You all adopted, approved the conditional zoning for Roberson Walk last year. And one of the conditions in there was that they were to donate a tract of land to the town, and that was to be treated as a fee in lieu of open space and recreation areas that otherwise would be required. It's taken us this long to get to this point. They had to have it surveyed, and we've had to negotiate the easement that's included in your agenda materials. So after the deed is signed, then the town will be able to access the property through the existing roadways until some alternative new street is built for their development. Just want to make sure you all knew what was going on.
All right. Any questions? I will take a motion to adopt the resolution accepting a conveyance of land.
Moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonitz. Second?
Second.
Commissioner Vose. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. And now, Summerfest. Thank you, John. We have, what's this item?
Yeah, thank you. So, simple point in bringing this is actually a tangent. This is one of those situations where the town effectively is giving license to nonprofit to do activities in our downtown. And it reminds me of a conversation that we've had recently about anticipation of the holidays, the holiday, tree lighting. And I have heard a request that the town support a Hanukkah menorah display on the courthouse circle. And I find that compelling and convincing. And so I felt the need to raise that topic of conversation here at the board. Love to hear what others' thoughts are.
What does that have to do with the agenda item, though?
Very little, just that they are both situations where we license nonprofits to do activities on behalf of the town.
Okay, so can we vote on this item and then put that on a future agenda?
Sure, if that's the preference of the group. I don't know that it's all that complex. But
I'm not following what you're asking.
I just think it's not on the, it's discussion of something that's not on the agenda. So I think we should add it to the agenda or tonight or in the future.
So I move we add it to the agenda,
Yeah.
this discussion.
Okay, so let's vote on this item for Summerfest and then we can modify the agenda.
move to approve.
Okay. Before we get there. All right, so a motion,
Move to approve Summerfest road closure and alcohol consumption.
okay, second? Seconded. Commissioner Vose, any more discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right,
I request that we take just a couple minute recess. We've been going at it for 3 hours.
Yeah, bio break.
10-minute recess.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Been drinking all night long. You don't have to.
All right, we're back from recess. Swings and the slide were fun. We go up next, we have a closed session.
I'd like first to withdraw my statement to withdraw my statement.
Okay.
Prior to going in closed session.
All right, I will take a motion.
Thank me.
We're good. Next on the agenda is going to a closed session. So I'll take a motion to enter into a closed session pursuant to N.C.G.S. 143-318-11A1 to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to the law. A5 to establish terms of real estate contract, and A6 to investigate agreements. So moved. Commissioner Vose, second. Commissioner Pro Tem Baldwin, all those in favor of all those things, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Is everybody.
All right, welcome back. And I'll take a motion to adjourn. So moved. Commissioner Vose.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Bonitz. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.